Right. Long time didn't play this game. So, kind of like testing Storm Mages right now. I feel like it's a cool build, actually. It's much more relaxed, so like lately I just, stopped caring a little bit about, efficiency and speed. And I'm still tinkering with this to get the best variant, because this is a very easy variant of the build, and also it doesn't really cost a whole lot. It's also not the fastest. I tried it with infernalist. Now I'm back to Lich, basically, because infernalist just feels like awful survivability, from survivability standpoint. It really just gives you like 150 extra spirit, which is not the biggest deal, to be honest. In a map, you don't really need more than like 11 or 12 mages or something like that. Oh yeah, I have to put on the health bars again. Well, let's actually not die while doing that. Uh, I like what they did to Delirium. Like, I like that the mirrors are like kind of back. But yeah, so with the relaxed version of the Storm Mages, you basically barely don't need to do anything. You can just walk the map. Even though you can get way more than, 11. I feel like you don't really need more. If you do like a boss fight or like Simulacrum, you will just switch the boots basically. I was trying with the bones, the boots, but it's really not playable. Even with, I did Leap Slam, but it just feels like unplayable. And the minions are just way too slow behind you. So really, I wasn't able to, get anything. But this is a pretty relaxed build, actually. It's definitely much, much slower than Ice Mages. Just by the nature that you have to lead, like, your pack. That's, like, the biggest problem. They just stay behind. And you always have to lead them. I feel like if the minion AI, if they could be just more aggressive with their movement, not just with their attacks, that would be actually awesome if they would just move more in front of you. It would feel really, really good if the skeletons actually would, like, do some tanking for you. Unfortunately, they don't, so you basically have to lead them. And yeah, sure, you can, do some curses if you want. But, I guess for an early game build, if you play this early, I think it's very, very strong now. For a starter, if you don't want to play, like, full meta, lightning spear, whatever. If I started with this build, I think it wasn't a good starter because the minions were pretty weak. But I think after the buff, this is actually a decent starter build. And I'm still testing some stuff out here. Fortunately, I burned all my currency. But I want to see Prism of Belief. If I run triple Prism of Belief, I think it's gonna give me like 120 spirit or something like that. Not Prism of Belief, actually. It's I don't even know what it's called. The one which gives you like percent spirit. Grand Spectrum. Grand Spectrum. I want to try that. They are fairly cheap with the spirit. Probably they're cheap because they're just not good. But it's very good for bosses, honestly. If you just play the boots of Ulra with bosses where you don't really care about the movement speed. But I wanna try Spark again. So I did this. So while I'm playing this, I'm basically trying to sell my GG gear I used on the Frost Mages. And if I sell some of these pieces, I wanna test Spark again. I think Spark Infernalist is probably the only thing which is even remotely viable. Because Infernalist has a decent damage scaling there. Oh, what was that actually? Where's my minions? Are they outside? Oh, wait. That was like super stupid. I really like what they did to the drops. Oh, Overseer Tablet tier 5. What does that actually do? Wait, so you need to play like a 4-mod map, right? That's it? Else. But yeah, so I'm thinking about I want to make like a Simulacrum build. I want to do like tier 4 Simulacrum with this. I think it shouldn't be a huge deal. But yeah, my feedback is basically if the minions could just run in front of you, I think minion builds would feel so awesome. I mean, I know obviously melee minions will do this, but if these guys would just, you know, not stand behind you, they would just, you know, kind of get onto your position, it would feel so good. Oh yeah, I wanted to change a curse gem actually. This map is doing like huge damage. What? Where's my minions? Something is strange. Something is killing my minions. They just spawned like in a completely dead spot. But you just kind of have to be like resilient. Just run in front of them. Because there's really no way you can optimize their movement in any way. So that's the biggest problem I have with this. Because with the ice mages, you know, you have an option to, you know, command them where to attack. But you know, what is this map? Why does it do so 55 increase? Oh, okay, this has 110 increased damage. Maybe I should have looked for this. And it's corrupted, obviously. But I guess, you know, for mapping, I don't really like this build so much for mapping. I mean, it's okay for mapping if you just don't like to press a lot of buttons. It deals absolutely fine with everything, and you can obviously get much more survivability than I have, right? I'm just running like 7k energy shield. I could spec like, you know, 30% less damage and, you know, get like 11k energy shield or something like that. But I primarily see this like as a decent boss killer. And as a decent build for Simulacrum. Because Frost Mages cannot deal with Simulacrum at all, basically. It's just too bad for that. And these guys here can easily deal with Simulacrum. On the other hand, they cannot really deal with Breach so good. Because it's gonna be heavy to just make the timer with this. Because it's just naturally slow. Or you are in risk of, you know... If I run, like, this far in front of my minions, I'm always in risk of, like, you know, getting a heavy damage. So that's kind of this thing I don't really like. Oh. But yeah, so I want to try the Prism of Beliefs. I want to also try, like, changing my passive tree a little bit. But since, you know, I haven't played since the changes, since the, whatever, the update, the 0.2, I haven't even played since then at all. So right now I'm I'm super happy that I can see all this stuff on the map. Like, I basically did everything without having any vision on the map. Still didn't fix this one, though. I mean, I don't know if they want to fix it, to be honest, but this is, like, the most stupid thing. I feel like it should just... The well should just work for this build. Why do I have 5 Atlas points, though? So I probably want to spec into strong boxes. The strong boxes are probably the best thing you can spec in because of the one unique strong box. What is this? Ah, don't care. I mean, I guess it's good to get, like, researchers once, though. But yeah, so I have a unique map. So this map was bugged the last time I tried it. Where's my omen, though? Da, 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 da. I don't know if I want to play the additional projectile map, actually, but, you know, who cares? So I think that, you know, the patch will come to an end for me. I now have, like, you know, a little bit of time to, you know, do some last stuff here. I want to, you know, finish up this build. So I have it, like, on file, basically, for, you know, future seasons. Because I think it's a decent build. Always have to watch, like, the patch notes, like, what builds get buffed. I think if, you know, minions get a little more buffs, they can be pretty viable. I think this can be a pretty viable early game build. And also, if you spec into full boss damage, this is a great tier 4 boss killer build. I don't really like farming tier 4 bosses, though, especially because the rewards are, like, so bad this season. So I kind of, you know, want to explore a little bit more, you know, the caster type builds, like the Spark. I definitely want to revisit Spark. That's the last thing I'm going to do after this character. Basically, I'm just going to revisit Spark as an infernalist, because I really think infernalist will be the most viable option there by far. I really don't see any good other way of scaling damage. But yeah, the tier drops. I don't know if the tier drops are not in the loot filter yet. I'm really looking forward to the tiered items being in the loot filter. I mean, I didn't read if it's already happening, but I think it's not. That will be like a very, very nice change. We could just, you know, hide all rares but tiered rares, basically. But yeah, I want to try Simulacrum a little bit after this, and I need to get like rip rattles, because I think so they do like random curses, and I think they can be very helpful in Simulacrum. This shield I dropped like 3 times already. But yeah, this map has like multiple projectiles. Have to be a little bit careful with my wonky build here. I guess if you had Temporalis, this would be a great build. I guess technically it would be nice to have a little bit more spirit than I have. I think for the mapping, I'm using like one ring, which, you know, gives me extra chaos damage and presence. I think that barely does anything for mapping, because you're just not gonna have the presence most of the time. That would be like, you know, probably like 2 more minions if you would really do it. But, besides that, you know, I feel like it's just a little bit slow on maps. I think I didn't play like a expedition with this yet. Let's see. I mean, if you have them in your presence, they do like crazy amounts of damage. But as soon as they leave your presence, you know, their damage goes like down by a lot. I don't even know the buffs to Expedition. I honestly didn't read it. I think it just drops more stuff now.
I think not.
I think everything just drops more. Which is, I guess, nice. I guess really the good thing is just this being relaxed. But it's also, I don't know. Maybe you just need more. Maybe you just need to commit into, like, you know, dexterity route and, you know, just get lots of movement speed. And then play the bones of older, like, boots. Oh, I got the boss duplicated. Not sure if that's gonna end up well. Oh no, it's just this guy. For these, like, these fights, it's really just not so great, to be honest. Lots of AoE, like two bosses. You can really properly prep the fight. But they just keep killing the storm mages. With the ice mages, I would just really just bomb like a couple of bombs and they would be dead, like, pretty much instantly. So that's really the disadvantage of running regular boots. But I feel like I just can't play without. These, like, really just drop, like, only high tier uniques now, the bosses. That's at least a good thing. But yeah, I think I don't like this as a mapping build so much. I think it's more as a boss build. The only good thing is you can loot while your, like, mobs are killing stuff. But it's also a little bit distracting to loot while, you know, fights are going on. Have to be a little bit on the lookout for, you know, getting killed. And yeah, the single splinter drops are still, like, so annoying. to be honest, like, game is already kind of dead, but I see people, like, coming back from last epoch, QE2, but I think it's just the nature of, you know, this game that is really just for, like, you know, make it 2 to 3 weeks maybe where it's, like, relevant, and the relevancy really just draws down. And I think it's not even a bad thing, so I don't have enough time. And so I think I'm only gonna make like one build, maybe 2 builds. I don't think, you know, you should make like 2 big goals if you don't have the time. Wait, I need to find one more ritual. There it is, nice. Oh dear. That was dumb. Isn't it like a stupid position for them? So alchemies basically lost like all their value with the new patch. So I don't know how many alchemies are dropping, but they're completely worthless now, which is, you know, kind of odd. They were like pretty stable value, but right now they are just absolutely no worse at all. Ooh, 500 AQ. Oh, wow. I think this is worth something. Uh, Maybe it's the wrong base though. Maybe like a diff. So I don't know if this map is still bugged. This used to be bugged. I don't know if it's still. Hope it's not anymore. But yeah, I should probably see, I would probably want to go into like bosses. So I think this is pretty much the, you know, the map story is pretty much figured out. I think you cannot really do much better on maps with this. Obviously, if you min-max gear with lots of movement speed, or if you know, do kind of blink with like a lot of cooldown reduction, it's definitely probably an option. That hurt. Oh, okay, it's like in... See, this is like a little bit of an issue sometimes. The mobs, I cannot kill them. The poison, so like the ground poison, most annoying thing ever. This is also 50% extra damage, 400% crit and crit damage map. So I do not really want to spend money crafting maps anymore. So just play whatever maps I have. But I'm also not corrupting or anything. I feel like with the build like this, it's just not good enough to do very, very high profile maps. I think if you want to do very high profile maps, you kind of have to like commit to a meta build. I don't even remember what the strongbox is. Ah, it's like the running beetle. But I really think like the Atlas tree is so bad that probably strongbox is really the best thing you can get, because just because of the Ventor strongbox, it just drops like so much loot. I mean, if you're lucky, obviously. But I think it's just worth like investing into the full strongbox tree just for that strongbox. It's like one of the stupidest breaches here. Really just not a great map. But yeah, so I mean, Minions was like an experiment. I liked the Ice Mage. This one I honestly don't like so much. I think it's a great early game build. But for late game, I just feel it like too annoying. Like the movement. I don't like the movement. Maybe if you had like Temporalis or like very high cooldown reduction Blink or something like that.
Obey me.
But all these single splinter stacks. You know what would be awesome if you would could just walk above. So I think, you know, even though I know they want to keep it the way it is, I think walking over currencies and just having a currency inventory, just automatically picking up currencies, that would be such a great improvement for this game. Because really, there's nothing bad about picking all currencies if they would just directly move into your currency stash tab. Obviously, you could, you know, argue this is a little bit of pay to win if you would need a currency stash tab. But you could also make like a, you know, give a currency tab in the inventory or somehow, which, you know, kind of fills. But, you know, picking up all this stuff automatically and just putting it into the right spot, that would be such a huge quality of life increase for this game. And I feel like it wouldn't really hurt the game, like the, whatever, like aesthetics, you know, click to pick up loot. I mean, they can do it with picking up gold, so why wouldn't it, like, work with other currency? I think it would be a really, really good addition to the game. Oh. Stupid poisoned ground. Like, so annoying. But yeah, that would be if I could wish for like 2 things, that would be definitely one, would be just auto pick up currency. That's just like such a huge quality of life improve. And a second thing, I don't know, you know, it's not gonna happen, but I would really love to increase inventory size. I mean, the currency thing would already, you know, fix a lot of it. But, you know, I know the nostalgia with the small inventory, like you know, required basically to be efficient, and it's a part of the game. I understand all that stuff. But, again, I think, like, just larger inventory would just be such a great addition. It's hitting me here. Oh, it's all poisoned ground everywhere. Why does this ritual not stop? This was like 4k. Nice. Oh, this was the last one already. I didn't even notice. So like a tier 8 accuracy. It's gonna be worse than anything. Wait, alchemies are worthless now. Ah. Oh, there's a greater enormous. I can just pull this now. I'm like the probably the worst ritual player on Earth. I'm just gonna keep deferring everything until like I don't even know when. But this is the same boss than the last time, I think. Oh dear. This time we're smarter. These guys kill my minions because I really didn't spec any minion survivability at all. I feel like it's just you're not incentivized to build minion survivability because they're just behind you anyway. Okay. But I found a ritual tablet. So I think just gonna try to fix my res. So I need a new belt basically to fix my resistances, and then I can I want to try like some more pinnacle bosses. I only have like 11 diffs though. I basically sold my shield from the Frost Mage build for 11 diffs. Beside that, I was completely broke, so at least now I have a little bit of cash I can do. Oh, greater essence of haste. Oh, I hate the tornado, guys. What is this huge glowing whatever it was? I have no clue. Okay, this is a problem. So I guess for like maps, you know, you could arguably get like a little bit of minion survivability. Especially because I'm not... So my chess piece is still on mana rack, so it would be much better to have one with faster energy shield start. Wait, this is the wrong... So yeah, I could buy a new chess piece as well for this. Because the mana rack is really just completely useless right now. Crash. This is the only crash I still have, which is really not a huge deal because we can just log in back within the same, you know, couple of minutes. So I really don't have any fatal crashes anymore. Okay, this is probably still not that great. Oh, come on. But yeah, still, like during that crash, all my minions died. So maybe I should spec a little bit more minion survivability. It just doesn't feel great on maps at all. And for Simulacrum, I probably need it anyway. So maybe we just do this. I think it's not like such a huge investment actually. What's this? So basically we can spare like, you know, these extra damage nodes here. We don't really need them. And we could use this to get like some more minion life and chaos res. So where's this? So this is a 25% life for 2 nodes. I think it's not worth it. But I think the chaos res one here is decent. 13% chaos res, which is okay. And then we have the big resistance one here. I think it's one here. So we still can you know, remove these ones here.
I must keep.
Then we can get like the big RS one here. So that's like a decent amount of minion survivability. Obviously we have like, you know, these nodes here which give maximum life and, you know, chaos res. But I feel like they're not really so needed so much. So right now my minions would have, well, only I mean they missed chaos res, right? So that's basically the bottleneck. But I think, you know, I think, you know, yes, you can get 23%. And this is also additional. So this is a very tanky node, but it's also like very expensive to go there. And I guess this is the Chaos Res one, which you can get, which is also nice. I think this will be decent. I think this one here is not so great, to be honest. So let's just gonna switch into the other one there. I think this one here is the better cluster for them. Gives like a good amount of max life, good amount of chaos res. So I think this will be decent for mapping. Obviously for pinnacle bosses, this will be complete garbage. Oh yeah, by the way, I have to one as well.
Another strategy.
So let's see.
Obey me.
So on a map, you will not really miss them damage. I think it's like vastly irrelevant. Also, obviously, I'm running these with like, you know, without last gasp. I mean, on map, you could always run them with last gasp as well. But yeah, it's like super annoying to have like absolutely no faster energy shield start. Wow. Hello. That is really something I have to fix. It really is annoying because you have to run in front of your minions, so you will get hit by stuff. And if you really have, you know, obviously you can go back and just slow down and, you know, wait until your energy shield is regenerated. But it really doesn't feel very good to have this, like, I think it's 4 seconds. I mean, it's definitely too long.
I need more.
Oh yeah, and I have to put like another support gem in my spare here. I don't know why I'm even picking this stuff up. Just imagine you could just walk over these and pick them up. That would be the best goddamn change. So now I'm at the top and they are down. I don't really like this map has like these strange areas where I really don't get where, you know, the cliffs like are very difficult to access sometimes. But yeah, so my minions are dead again, and soon I am. So I guess on maps you really want to put Last Gasp onto these. They just keep dying. I mean, this is also like heavy damage maps though. I really don't have the best mods on these. I guess I'm just calling this a boss killer build. I'm just gonna do my unique map, then I'm gonna go for bosses with this. Just gotta buy a new belt and a new armor. Should be fairly straightforward with I have like 11 divines. That's good enough. Maybe I should also like try to get some presence radius. It's super cheap to pick up on jewels. But I don't really want to make like a jewel buying session. I hate buying jewels. No, that was a misclick. Shit. Oh, I wanted to click on defer, but I clicked on reroll. Oh, come on. Oh, Foxshade. That worse anything though? Probably not, right? Oh, a little bit. But that is like my most hated boss here. Oh no, it's actually not. That one is easy. I like that the bosses are like dropping these highly tiered tablets now. So you can actually get good boss tablets because boss tablets are, well, they're not bad, but you know, now they're always like highly tiered. So they can be very good. See, like 12%. Okay, I mean, this is like bad, but I mean, I don't even know if tiering of these does anything, to be honest, but uh maybe they just have like I think they don't even, I think it does nothing literally. But I'm not sure though. I would have to fact check that. Okay, so we have to do this Requires 11 or higher waystone, not more. So let's take like a little bit of a better one here. And feet penetrate. This one is okay. I tried this map before, it was buggy. You couldn't finish it. Oh shit, it was a 6-mod map, maybe. Ah. Okay. So now I have a shit build and a 6-mod map. And 2 divines. Look at this beauty. Triple res and life. Shit, I shouldn't really be playing this map on a 6-mod. Especially not with this build. I should switch my boots though. Let's switch the boots. It's gonna make it significantly easier. I mean, I'm missing a little bit of lightning rest though, but you know, probably not a huge deal. The move is just so freaking slow. I don't know, is there like any good... if there would be a nice melee minion build, I think it would be so much better if the minions actually just tank for you. I would really love that. I hate that they're just so far behind always. Yeah, I hope they fix the bug on this map. I'm gonna freak out if I just, you know, fail it the second time. But 11 mages is really just doesn't feel that great, to be honest. Like now, even though I have the super slow movement speed with like 15 and, you know, a little bit more clerics, it generally feels much better. Wait, there was all of them, right? Okay. Do we have to wait, or is there more? I feel like I activated all of them. Unless there's one which is not in the edge. I activated them. Maybe it just takes forever for the boss to spawn. Oh. Ah, now something is happening. I don't really get this boss fight. This takes forever for these to spawn.
I think not. Obey me.
Okay. I guess the bug is removed. Or maybe it doesn't appear every time, who knows. Okay, portals are disabled in boss fights. Nice bug.
No.
Well, and now? How do you get out of here? Oh, have to leave the area. Wait, I just... my boots, my boots. Strong boxes. Care? Shrines. Oh, strong boxes have 50% chance to be openable twice. Also not so bad. I feel like... But you probably still want to get the researchers one. Okay, so this is done. So what do I need to do now is... I need to fix my res. And I need a better chest. So first things first. I think I have a chest. Do I have a chest here? Oop. So we don't want increased mana rack, we want faster start of energy shield recharge. And let's go for like 3000 equif. What? Nothing? Me? Oh, I need wrong one. Faster start of energy charge. Let's go for 700 maybe. Okay, so there's already decent ones, but I don't have as much this much cash, to be honest. So mine has int, cold, lightning res. I don't really need the attributes at all. So I basically just have cold, lightning res and 51 spirit. So I can really just remove int from the equation right now. Just remove strengths and dex here. Go a little bit lower on the spirit, maybe like 51. Okay, so we have... I don't want damage recoup as mana. 700, triple res, 56 spirit. Alright, I guess. A good price. Around 17. So this has 282 on the 310. I mean, what if we go for... Well, let's just take these out here. We just go for res, and let's do a minimum of 120 or so. Go for a little bit more res here. Okay, it's still like this one is fairly high, but I think it would be nice to have chaos res on the chest, to be honest. But yeah, I'm like in the very expensive spot. I think the one without the chaos was decent. I think I'm just gonna buy that for like 8 diff. That's a decent price actually. Ah, here's a new one though. This one has fire, lightning, 55 spirit. I mean it's 55. This is 56. Oh, this is, what is this? I don't even know. This has a little bit more res, and it still has a suffix which can be re-rolled with a luck shot. But I think the omens are like so expensive right now. I probably wouldn't do it. But you know, this is just, I think for 8, this is a good deal. Alright, so replace that. Do we want to corrupt? Yeah, right. So I just have to. I'm sorry, I just can't do it. I just cannot do it without. I have to corrupt it. Um, it's just not working without. Sorry, I cannot wear an uncorrupted chess piece. So let's just brick this one. Wow, these are expensive these days. Right. It's brick or chick, right? So you don't brick, you don't have fun. Wow, I got increased Sworn's damage. Alright, well, I guess it's not bricked, but you know, this is not the favorable outcome I was hoping for, obviously. Anyway, let's just sell off this one. No, I'm just gonna keep this. Well, I'm not gonna need it for any other build, so let's sell it off, to be honest. This is probably like somewhere in the range of... I mean, this is probably like roughly 20 diffs, maybe. Just put it for 20 diffs. Maybe it's a little bit less, but you know, I can always go lower. So which res did I screw up now? So I screwed up old res. Let's go 1, 2. Say 7x. 7x. Okay, so I have all fire res and no cold res. Good thing I only have like fire runes everywhere, so that's an easy fix. But if I wear these ones here, oh, my res are still okay, I guess. I mean, I could get a better belt to fix, but because I wanted to have more chaos res for Simulacrum, actually. So if this is going to be my Simulacrum setup, right, I basically just need a belt which has more resistance. Basically, all I care about on the belt is just having max res. I put this as body armor, recharge, and then I belt storm mage. So my problem with belts is, right, I'm just gonna corrupt them to death. And so let's just try to get something really, really good here. Because I really don't care about maximum life and maximum mana at all. So the highest one we would get now is just basically mass resistances, right? So look at this one. I mean, this is 8 diffs. I don't wanna spend more than like 5 diffs or something like that. So see, like these have like cold, fire, lightning, chaos. Obviously it doesn't have max life, but I really don't care so much. So maybe we can even go like a little bit higher. Oh, still? That was 50 then. Okay. Wait, what? Oh yeah, I have a budget filter. So how much I own 5 diffs, so I could probably go a little bit higher. Okay, so here's the biggest. Wait, which sum is it? So this is the biggest resistance one here for 5 diffs. 3 charm slots. Big res. This is the second biggest though. So this has fire and lightning. So what do I need if I take off my belt? Basically, I have minus... So fire and lightning is good, I guess. I can take that. Fire, lightning, chaos, and cold. Do I need any cold at all? Yeah, still. So I think this is a great piece for me. Because really, at this point, I don't care about life at all. Yes, fire, cold, chaos. So the corrupted ones really matter a lot, right? So you wanna... I mean, this has even more chaos res. So I think I'm just gonna get one with higher chaos res here. Let's go for like 25-ish. This is the resistance one, right? Take out int and strengths again. Alright, so this is the strongest one here. 80 res. It's just 1 charm though. This one is the next one, though. This also has almost 80 res and 26 chaos. So I think this is the best one I can get. It has fire, cold, cold. This has fire, cold, cold as well. This one can still be corrupted. This could be godlike. Fire, lightning, chaos. Yeah, but I would want to buy one of the corrupted ones. So if I buy one of these, I get a little bit of fire, a little bit of cold. Same with this. So these both basically fire and cold. Which fire is basically the only thing I don't really need a lot. So I'm gonna remove what is this? 42% fire. I mean, I guess it's alright. Getting fire, lightning, and cold. Well, I'm actually not getting any lightning. Wow, I need more res. This is like horrible. Just go for the 20s here. This has fire, lightning, lightning, chaos. Fire, lightning, chaos. Fire, lightning, chaos. Junk. So I think this is the best option I have, to be honest. I can still corrupt this one here, by the way. Just do this real quick. Ah, too late. Who was it? Can't believe I'm missing so much res. Yeah. So let's see where we're at with this new one here. So now I'm basically missing lightning and cold. I think, that's fairly decent actually at 52%, because if I put on, my mapping boots, I will be maxed at resistances with lightning and cold because I'm overcapped on fire. But let's corrupt this. Let's corrupt this. Wow, I'm broke. Alright, let's make this belt better. And it's bricked. Well, it's not bricked, but, I don't need evasion rating, obviously. I mean, I guess this is not even so bad. Let's put it here. Alright, so now if we put on this, we basically exchange runes for cold and lightning. Cold. Lightning. So now I'm almost capped, I guess. 66 lightning. We can put another lightning. So that would be the mapping setup, which has decent... Then I should probably honestly put Chaos Res into this. But, I have 71 Chaos in the mapping setup. I guess that's good enough. So if we go to the boss setup, I'm basically missing huge chunk of lightning. And yeah, I could exchange... Well, actually, I mean, for a bossing setup, I guess it's alright to only have, like, a little bit less lightning. I think it's not that bad. There's probably a fix to this, to, just, you know, switch to a different Ventos. I could buy an even better one with more res to fix everything. Or maybe I can do this. But actually, I need to save my currency because I will not have any money to buy any keys, so I cannot really do it. But I guess this is good enough for bossing, so I think this will be good enough to try Simulacrum. But I still want to get the Rip Rattles. So let's just get, like, 2 of them. Oh yeah, I have to still change my stats. Do I even need 45 decks? Do I even have decks? Yeah, I still have some decks. Push some int here. 205. Okay, that's good. Why can't I do this? Oh, because I changed the... Now we have... Why are these all off? Oh, it's just buggy, I guess. Now we are at 7. So now we could actually remove 2 clerics. Still can't do it. I mean, I guess it's good like this. We'll have to fix the weapon set too. But yeah, I wanted to go for Spectres. Sure. 2. And then we want to go to Raythorn. That is here. Then we want to get some Rip Rattles to curse stuff for us.
Don't whisper at me from the dark. I am the shadows.
Rip Rattles yet. Not sure if they spawn in non-normal mode though. Maybe I have to go to normal. Be in none of these. Why am I using these boots? Maybe they're just not in the cruel one. I think I have to go to normal. Yeah, it doesn't look like they are spawning here. So let's go to normal Act 1. Oh, I don't have the goddamn waypoint. Oh, come on. That's horrible.
Another corpse to serve me.
Basically, you can get this Rip Rattle, and it does either Despair. Wait, this is the boss, right? I don't care about the boss. So it does either Despair or like some damage reduction aura. Or a third one, which... Are you kidding me? Which either does... I think the third aura is like... I don't even know what it is, to be honest. But they can basically do 3 different auras. 3 different, you know, blasphemy curses, I think. I think it's an aura. I think they're very good for Simulacrum, because Simulacrum is still rough. Actually, I haven't tested Simulacrum post-nerf. Oh, come on. Finally. How can you not have the waypoint here? Okay, any Rip Rattle? No. Where are these guys? Ah, there's one. Okay, we have one of them. Get another one. They're actually fairly easy to spot. They have like an aura. There it is. Oh. Right, and now what we can do is basically we can use these in Simulacrum to just aid us with like a little bit of an aura. So I'm gonna basically take out the... I don't even know what these, you know, will get. I mean, I guess you have to, you know, get the reduced reservation on them, obviously. But I don't even know what mods you need on them.
Hello there.
Spectra Rip Rattle. Bad, I don't have enough GCPs. Oh. I'm so broke. But really, I don't know what to put on them, to be honest. I want to play 2 or 1. I'm just gonna play 1 for now, I guess. Despair, Temporal Chains, or people, basically. I mean, I guess you could put increased aura or something on this. Maybe that works. Let's see. Oh, gem with an aura? Damage over time. I think there's not even anything you can do with them. So I don't know if I want to run 2 of them or 1. I'm just gonna start with 1. So I'm just gonna... see what my setup will be. We have 15 real ones. I mean, I guess it's stupid to run a sniper. If I could run... I could run it... Well, actually, I have to run it, so... why is it here? Do I move one here? It's buggy again. So now we have Sniper, Rip Rattle, Clerics. I have 6. Let's just reduce it to 5. Push 15. So this looks like a decent setup. And now let's weapon swap. What we want to keep is... We definitely want to keep the Rip Rattle. We want to keep... The Clerics do not matter, actually. So wait, we have 6. So we were at 14, now 6. Then on the Clerics... This is the second one. It's okay. On the Clerics, we can just reduce it to 0, to be honest. Sniper we don't need. This one we want. And just get some extra... Well, let's keep the shock mages, I guess. I guess that's good. Okay, so we were at 15. Okay, that's decent. So I keep the minion survivability for now. I'm just gonna give it a shot and see how it goes. Some notes. Actually used the wrong one here. Okay, so we need a Simulacrum.
Hey. Hello there.
These are fairly expensive, to be honest. Yeah, I mean, I think Storm Mages is a decent leveling build, to be honest. I mean, the Ice Mages were a great leveling build as well, though. Okay, let's see how it goes. Wait, this blindside? Who even had that? I think the Terracotta Soldier. So does the Rip Rattle always have the same aura? Like this one has Despair right now, right? Which I don't want because I cast Despair myself. That being said, I want to change 1 gem on Despair. So I wanted to put, what is it called? Hex Bloom? Right? Okay, so we have Despair. And we have, so I think if you do like spawn and despawn the Rip Rattle, I think it gets a new aura, but I don't know where it stays. So you can remove it basically and add it again, and now you see it has a different aura. And you want it to have temporal chains. Yes. Wait, this is Despair. Right? It's Enfeeble. Maybe I give it Enfeeble. And I'm not sure if it changes now or not. Yeah, so it changes whenever you change the area. I mean, I guess for just Simulacrum, it's alright. And it even changes if you switch. Wow. That's really annoying. But I guess, I guess you can just, it's actually not that bad. You can just weapon swap until you have the one you want. But, yeah, I mean, that's pretty useless, to be honest, that it switches the aura on weapon swap. And I think you cannot really get by that, even if I remove it from my second weapon set. I think it's still going to respawn, right? Does it keep? No, okay. So I guess it's completely random. As soon as you weapon swap, it's going to change aura. Not much we can do about it. But I think it's still like a decent little patch. Right, anyway, let's just... Obviously, the first rounds, we don't even care. Yeah, downside management. If you have multiple ones, I think they can also share the same aura. It would be cool if you could just set it up to have one. I mean, as long as you don't switch, it's fine. But as soon as you want to use Sigil of Power for the harder rounds, basically you're just going to have a random aura. I mean, you could technically wait for the Sigil of Power to expire to get the one with the aura you want. But, I think Withering Presence really doesn't do a whole lot. I guess technically I don't have a spot for it, because I want to curse with Despair. I think Despair is going to give you more than Withering Presence. I think you would only use Withering Presence if you also invest into Wither, which I don't. But I think this would be like for a super boss kill, right? If you go for like an Arbiter build, then you just basically remove all your survivability, right? Because it's going to be a one-shot deal anyway. So if you remove all survivability, you can actually buff the wizard effect. And I guess then it's going pretty strong, because the Storm Mage, they apply it pretty fast. You can kind of rely on them to, do the wizard. I actually don't know how much Simulacrum was nerfed. I really, this is the first time I play since the patch. So before it was like really, really rough. I don't know how bad it is right now. Because I still spec like into Minion survivability right now. I mean, without the rip rattle, basically, I could get... So, I could get like 2 or 3 of these rip rattles, but I don't really have the skill slots for them. So, I think it's like nice, but I just suffer the problem that I don't have enough skill slots. Which is... You know, I guess it's by design. I would say it's annoying, but I guess it's by design. What is this? Mastery? Blizzard side of the Sorg? What's the Blizzard side of the Sorg? Like, shit. I didn't want to do this. Fireball? Yeah, Stormweaver's pretty dead, I think. So I want to go Infernalist after this. So I really just want to, you know, check this out as a boss killer, how good it's going to perform. Because I think this is a decent boss build. I don't like this for maps, but for bosses, and I think especially for Simulacrum, this is a great build. But I think Stormweaver is just nerfed so heavily that it's dead. But I think Infernalist is a decent spec. I haven't looked into it like all that much, but I think Infernalist will yeah, I think Sorg is not in a good place right now at all. But also I think people have not been trying to figure it out. Because, you know, the nerfs to Sorg were just so dramatic that basically everybody decided, now I'm not gonna play Sorg. Like, no matter what. Because, you know, Sorg just doesn't have any damage scaling right now. This is, the Stormweaver is, I mean, it's not very weak, but it mainly focuses on buffing attack speed, cast speed, and cast speed is not really such a great scaler, I guess. There's other ways to scale it. And, like, Infernalist, for example, can directly scale damage. And also, like, you know, kind of, you know, Chaos builds can directly scale damage. And Stormweaver really doesn't have a good way to scale damage whatsoever right now. I really think Infernalist is the strongest right now, especially if you... I mean, I don't think going for CI is going to be strong, but I guess you can technically... There's like this focus which gives you 100% spell. I mean, gives you 1% spell per spirit. And if you play Infernalist, you kind of can get, you know, the... all the damage scaling. And then on top of it, you can get the extra 150 spirit or so. And then if you know, you could use that shield to heavily scale. But I haven't really figured it out yet. But I think it's it has a good damage scaling potential. And also there's obviously Quiver, right? You can still play Widow Hail and scale damage that way. Which also works nice. And the 100% spell damage gloves, isn't that like a low level unique? I think, right? Maybe I'm thinking about a different one. Wait, what wave am I in? Wave 11. I mean, this is just a tier 2, right? So, I mean, didn't even, like, make the higher ones. Yeah, and it's not so strong, right? It's just 100% spell damage, so it really just is like 10 to 15% more damage or something like that if you translate it. Ouch. That guy hit me. What's Unholy Might? Is Unholy Might the, not sure what it is right now. I think the more spirit is not that great, to be honest. Only if you can, like, pick it up as a side effect. Is Unholy Might the one which scales, like, with Demon Flame? No. I think Spirit is... so I tried, like, Minions with Infernalist, and I was just not feeling it to be much better. Oh, okay, that one. I'm not sure, actually. I mean, I didn't try it yet. I guess it kind of depends what you play. I think, you know, the extra Spirit would only make sense if you play the Focus, which gives spell damage per Spirit. But I don't even know if that's gonna be a good option. So I really didn't look into it so much. But it's probably the extra chaos damage is probably gonna be better, to be honest. Especially if you scale it. Because there's decent ways of scaling chaos damage. I mean, for the Spirit, you know, you could just get, like, a bunch of, you know, blasphemies and, you know, a bunch of, you know, you could get, like, some rip rattles, like some, you know, kind of supportive minions with the extra Spirit. Which I guess is pretty nice. I mean, I don't know if this is the nerf to Simulacrum, but this feels, like, pretty easy right now. But this might just be the nerf here. I mean, this was just tier 2, right? This was very, very easy. I want to see how rough it's gonna get with tier 4. Does this even work? What unique did I even get? This one? What? Yeah, Companion is also something, but I don't think Companion and Frost Mages makes any sense. I mean, yeah, it gives you a little bit more cast speed. But I think for bossing, to be honest, Storm Mages would be better. But Companions, I would still want to look into it. I mean, it's a haste aura, right? So it's like a... I don't even know how much more damage you get from a Companion. I think for my build, it wouldn't be good. I think you would need like a large amount of spirit, maybe, to make it work. Wait, let's go the next one. I mean, this was no difficulty at all. I don't know how strong the nerf is, though. I feel like, you know, I have minion survivability for no reason right now. I don't know if it gets more rough now, so... But right now, the minion survivability was completely unnecessary. Well, so the all damage shock on Companion doesn't really do anything. I mean, yeah, you can get it, but you can also get like 2 shock mage. Like, you can get 1 or 2 mages to shock for you. So I feel like shock is not really the way. But, you know, getting a 3 mod Companion will also take you like 2 days of farming that Companion. So, I mean, if you really like consider doing that, you know, I guess it's fine. But it's something I would not consider. So I would really just consider the haste aura. I would just go for a haste aura, which is the biggest benefit you can get. I don't think you need it as a shock bot. I mean, if you play Storm Mages, at least not, right? If you play Frost Mages, you would need... You basically need 1 Storm Mage to keep shock up. And it's a 30% shock instead of a 20% shock. I mean, I don't know if you can put the Companion to do the 30% shock as well. But I mean, obviously, if you can get a Companion which does it for you, it's nice, but I would just not consider myself fishing for, like, a godlike Companion. But Haste Aura is, I mean, it's strong, right? So... I guess Haste Aura would be the nicest, because also, I think if you have Haste Aura from your Companion, you kind of can get away with playing Bones of Ur all the time. With Haste Aura, it's gonna be fine for mapping. Without, you cannot do mapping without the movement speed boost, but if you have Haste Aura, I think it's fine. Yes, you're gonna be a little bit slower, but it's not gonna be, like, unplayable. So I wanted to try that, the Companion. Getting one with the Haste Aura is fairly easy. And just go to, I think getting the Act 2, or like you can get the Beast in Act 3. I don't know which one is better. I think the Beast. You can get the Beast or the Wolf. But I don't know how much it actually costs. Do you know how much percentage Spirit it costs? If it's fully upgraded? Without the tree nodes? Oh dear. Click there. I misclicked and my minions are like done. Yeah, but so you can basically... So if all you want is the haste mod, you can just farm it and it just takes like 15 minutes. Or 10 minutes. If you really want to fish for a companion on a map, you know, obviously you can do so, but it's... yeah, so it's like... I don't even know the base cost. I think the base cost is like 30%, or is it 50%? Because at, you know, if it's a 30% reservation at 500, it would be 150 for me. Yeah, so I mean, I don't think it's worth it, to be honest. Considering what you lose. I think it's good for mapping because you get the movement speed. But I think for bossing, like even if you have the node here, where is it? Somewhere here, right? Oh, companion. So this has like 20% reduced reservation, right? And the companion is, I think, I mean, if it's 50% and then you take 20% off, it basically, you know, should go to like 40%, I think. But if I think about, you know, reducing 40% of my spirit for 20% damage buff, it's not going to be worth it because I'm going to reduce my... So I would have to go down to like 10. So I think if you don't have crazy godlike gear, I think it's not worth it. Except for the movement speed for mapping. But you know, mapping, I can just wear different boots. Like, I feel like it's not an issue. But not sure. I didn't make the math on it yet. But I think it's not worth it. Also you have to get... What is it? 150? No. How much dex is the companion? It's either 150 or 90. I don't remember. I think it's one of those numbers. So it's also like some investment you have to do. Yeah, but does it... Do you need to level it up? I think it just gets more like damage when you level it up, right? It will not reduce reservation. So I'm not sure if you need to level up the companion. But I also didn't check that. I mean, that's if you think about it, the investment is extreme to get 205 dexterity. Right? It's a really, really high investment. And on top of that, really, to be honest, all you're gaining is a 20% haste aura, which really does something. Yeah, sure, the, you know, ignite is nice. You know, the shock is really... You can get shock for 50 spirits, so why get it for 150? I'm just not sold on that. Maybe it's really something which, if you have, like, extremely strong gear, which is something you can do. But I kind of have the feeling, you know, if the companion takes away 40% of your spirit, it takes away 40% of your damaging minions. So it takes away 40% of your damage, but just gives you 20. So that's kind of the quick math I feel like. So I think if the reservation would be lower... I think if it would cost 100 reservation, then it would probably be good. But it's, for example, right, so... on a Spark build, right? Because I'm still, you know, thinking, you know, about getting Spark working somehow. Like on a Spark build, the companion would be nice because you don't suffer so much from the spirit loss. And you get like a nice 20% aura, which is, you know, decent. So that might be something interesting. Still have to look into it though, but I don't think it's for this build at least. I think the reservation is just too high. So the tier 3 doesn't feel much harder, but I didn't meet the bosses yet. Oh, I had one boss actually.
I think not.
But I know, you know, I really liked my Frost Mage build, to be honest, in this season. I'm really looking forward to the next patch. I really enjoyed the campaign. I don't know, like, I know everybody complained about the campaign at the beginning. I really loved the difficulty of the campaign. I really had a blast. I really liked that, to be honest. But, you know, I'm really looking forward to the next act and stuff like that, because that's, like, one of the parts I really enjoy, like, doing the campaign. I just, like, play too much D4 without campaign, which is just mindless, you know, leveling to endgame, and I really disenjoy that. Yeah, it charges enemies. That's correct, though. That's one of the good things. Like, if you get the Quadrilla, it really does a decent job at tanking. It's a fair take. So there's also like a new tech, right? Which if you play Spark, well, actually, you can put like the gem on it, which, you know, makes your energy shield auto recharge when you get stunned while doing it, and that is apparently pretty strong. Ouch! 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 Okay, this is a rough round here. I'm like giga slowed. Oh wow. Ah, nice, but that's also a nice reward, I guess. Wow, so much loot. They really buffed the shit out of Simulacrum. This used to basically drop nothing. And now it's like dropping like all the way like tiered uniques like crazy. Tiered rares. But yeah, these guys like were like some serious hitters there. But I don't know. Not sold on the companion right now, to be honest. But I still have to try it. So now we have to refund our passive to get ourselves some else. I don't know. I didn't look what that round was, but it was probably like heavy stun. Break armor, remove charges. Okay, this one is easy. Maybe it's not the smartest idea to have a portal in the middle of the arena.
Give up all hope.
I mean, I guess it really depends on the mod. Like, this one was, like, super easy, but the one I had in the middle was really rough. Ah, okay, so it's... Okay, so I thought it was 40 with the node. Okay, I guess, you know, 30... they also have different costs, right? There's a wolf, which might be cheaper. So I guess there's basically... I think there's 3 different types based on the cost. So there might be even a cheaper one, but I'm not sure. But, you know, with 30%, it's probably... I mean, definitely worth it for mapping. Probably still not for bosses, because we're really just getting a 20% haste out of it. That's definitely something I can try. I can fish for one. I just wanna... Wait, I'm broke, right? No. Do I need to... I need another one. Let's go for swords, for divs. Go for Simulacrum. What? Oh. Just got a good deal. Damn it! Alright. Nice. So what was I gonna do? Yeah. So this, I have to spec, obviously, the Simulacrum. Again, I don't know if these points work at all. But we're just getting them. So I want to do Arbiter. As well. But I want to do Simulacrum first, because Simulacrum I'm gonna basically need survivability. As soon as I do stuff like Arbiter, I can just go into full brain dead mode. With car speed mods, like mine. um, this one is pretty decent, I would say. Haven't looked into scepters for a long time. This one I bought for 30 diffs like 2 weeks ago. I was really like looking for scepters for almost a week. I was looking for a week for a decent +4. And unfortunately, this doesn't have a damage mod. But, you know, it has 70% cast speed and it has 196 spirits. So this is like really a good scepter. You know, nothing you can really craft on it, but you know, I'm happy with this one. I mean, you could have a much better one than this, but you know, I would rather like have 170 spirit and the damage mod on it, right? Don't get me wrong, but I just couldn't find anything better than this, and I'm pretty happy with this, to be honest. And I'm really... So one upgrade is getting a +4 the shield, whatever it's called, I forgot it, Sun Splinter. So getting a +4 Sun Splinter would be a great update. But, you know, last time I checked, +4 Sun Splinter was like... do I have it here? Oh. Last thing I checked, it was like 30 or 40 diffs because it's basically used for Amazons. And I think a +3 is not gonna be as good as the Trench Timber. But yeah, so 62 divines, right? So this is just too expensive for me. So I don't have freaking 62 divines. If I can even get this, probably, you know what? You have to pay like 80 divines or something like that for this. So getting a +3 is not going to be as good as this +2 with 30 spirit, I feel like. It's probably in the same power range. Yeah, sure, you get 20% block, which is, you know, it's a little bonus, I guess. But I think the Trench Timber is still better than the +3. Or at least roughly the same strengths. Yeah, I just sold my +4 for 11 diffs. When I bought mine, it was more expensive. I think it was like 5 or 4 diffs when I bought it like 2 weeks ago. But you know, I still like the Frost Mage build. I just want to try something different, but I really like that build. I know it's not the strongest build, you know. It's pretty far off meta, obviously. But still, I feel like it's a cool build, and it was great in the leveling phase. So I think you can even make this one of the best leveling builds possible. But I don't know if it's so relevant right now, because... So it was a very, very good leveling build when the campaign was freaking hard at the beginning of 1.02. 0.02, whatever, right? So the campaign was really rough, and Frost Mages were... I was, like, cruising through the campaign. Like, no problem whatsoever. And other people, like, were extremely struggling. But now, as the campaign is easier and the minions do more damage, you know, it might be even a better leveling build, because you can basically start playing it at level 20. So I will probably try this again for the next season, to just play a Frost Mage build for leveling. But I don't know what's going to be meta yet, because I usually want to play caster characters. But, you know, Frost Mages is kind of, you know, close to a caster character. And it really has a lot of strengths, and it doesn't really need any gear investment to get online. So I guess that's that. So this is the +3 Simulacrum. Tier 3. So I think tier 4 will not be an issue at all. But with Simulacrum, you can always get, like, super unlucky lucky mods on the last wave. Like, if you get +75% LRS and +90% hit point on the last wave and stuff like that, and maybe even with, like, a Chaos mod or something like that, that's obviously, like, really fucked up. Yeah, Frost Mage is pretty good on bosses. It just requires high gear investment on bosses, because you need to get a crazy amount of mana regeneration. But it's great on bosses. I mean, I killed all tier 4 bosses with it. It was horrible on Simulacrum. I think it's still horrible on Simulacrum. But it's a good build. I still think, like, Storm Mages are significantly stronger on bosses, because you really can just go for, like, this stupid all-out damage mode with a lot of Frost Mages. But a lot of Storm Mages. But Frost Mages is pretty cool. I mean, there's one video of a guy who has like a plus 3, you know, Frost Mage duel and shit like that. But the problem is Frost Mages, you cannot scale into infinity. Because the command spell is gonna get... The mana cost is gonna get too high. So when I was doing it, and I had really, really good gear for Frost Mages. So really, I had a 4 more jewels on everything. I had max mana rack on all of my jewels. I had max life on all of my items. So I really had it almost perfect. And at level 36, it was not sustainable. So at level 36, you start using your hypothermia with Arcane Surge, just for the more mana regeneration and cast speed. And you cannot sustain more than 11 to 12 Frost Mages at level 36. And level 36 is not even the highest scaling, right? You can get to, like, roughly to level 40 if you have really, really good stuff. Yeah, so Storm Mages will always be stronger than the Frost ones without ice, right? So the Storm Mages do just more. I mean, you can do that, obviously, but it's... so I don't really see the point of letting them hit if you can also cast. Because, you know, they will hit anyway. And so what's the point of not using... You know, letting them hit probably makes like 30 to 40% of the damage. And then on top, casting on top of it, I feel like that was making the build the strongest. If you like spec out of mana rack, so you basically just let them hit, I think Storm Mages will be stronger in any way. Because they just deal more damage with their hits. But obviously, you don't have freeze, so one advantage is obviously freeze. Which is one of the very nice things with the Frost Mages is freeze, right? Freeze is freaking awesome. It's just one very, very strong defensive layer, which you don't have with Storm Mages. So that's basically what I'm missing with Storm Mages is freeze, big time. Yeah, exactly, you cannot. It's not possible. So, you can sustain mana at level 36 if you have really godlike gear. At level 37, you cannot sustain it anymore. That's exactly the problem with the scaling there. And right now there's and you even have to anoint like mana cost reduction and stuff like that, right? So that's the problem I have with the build. So if they would reduce the mana cost on command, I think that build would be awesome. I think the mana cost on the command is just too high. Because it's kind of pulling the build down significantly. For no real reason, if you ask me. So it would be... Let's say they reduce it by like 30 to 40%. And it's even lower, right? Because I don't know if it's a bug, but you know... The most support gems don't scale the mana cost of the command ability. And just some do. So I don't know if that's a bug or something like that. But I feel like that would be nice if they just fix that. Because, you know, also from like a power fantasy perspective, it doesn't make really a lot of sense that there's mana cost on the command. I mean, there couldn't be mana cost at all, technically. Because, you know, you're just commanding your minion to do something. Like, it's not like you're casting like a powerful spell. Like, I don't really see the reason to have a very high mana cost. It's probably just, you know, somewhere coded in the skill that it has a high mana cost. So it's probably just randomly something with the scaling is off there. Okay, so we're already at wave 11. That's actually a shitty situation shitty position I choose there. So yeah, I think for Simulacrum even, you don't need to scale any mini survivability. I could just spec into all-out damage again. The minions barely get damaged. I could just add like 2 extra clerics to, you know, have them survive everything. I think there's really no point of keeping minion survivability. Which is a shame, actually. But, you know, it is like it is. Actually wanna, I'm actually gonna spec into more damage now. I thought it would be more important, but it doesn't seem to be important at all. I'm just gonna see how it works if I, you know, take these points out and just redistribute them into raw damage. If they still survive exactly the same amount, right? Which is my, it's kind of my suspicion there that it's not gonna make any difference. Actually, I should probably add another cleric now, but let's try it now with 5. They actually get like, they get hit like a little bit. But it doesn't look like they want to die. And it's like crazy, like how much loot Simulacrum drops now. Like so many tiered uniques. Well, this guy just jumped straight to my face. Okay, this is like one with the ugly mods. I feel like mobs are not dying. They probably have like extra resistance and health or something like that. I didn't read the mods. But this is a bad one. Wow. I don't know what their mods were, but they were crazy. Good it was not tier 4. That's also another advantage about Frost Mages. If you die with Frost Mages, there's pretty much no way you're gonna get back into it. The Storm Mages are like completely operational on respawn. And the Frost Mages basically have cooldown on all their abilities, which is like extremely annoying. So this, yeah, this is... It probably had like a lot of resistance, I think. And I don't have any penetration. But yeah, it's getting more and more rough, to be honest. C70. So this is one of. I think it has been nerfed because they were like at 75%, or they could even have 90% extra life. Now they have like 30. Maybe that is the stuff they nerfed there. But still, like, this is extra resistance and extra life. So that's one of the worst ones I can get. This is tier 3 right now. So it's just one more I have to go. See, and always, like, the bosses always spawn exactly when the sigil despawns, which is super annoying. But yeah, so these were easy then again, right? So it's kind of... There's like a lot of randomness in these waves. You can get extremely rough ones. This is even worse, something. I think it's a couple of divines, actually. Well, I don't even know. But yeah, so next one is going to be tier 4, so I cannot die. If I die, it's done. I just want to see if it deals with it just fine in the way I have it built right now. I mean, I could, sacrifice more of my own survivability. But, I'm not going to do that for now. I mean, I only have like 6.5k ES, which is, not very high, to be honest, for this. Wait, what does it cost here? Does it even still do something, Melter Maelstrom? It's still the same like before, right? But it's worthless and like nobody wants it. Wait. Before I screw this up. What do we get even? So let's do tier 4 here. So I might just die. It's possible that I die. I might want to probably add the second rip rattle at this point, maybe. But no. I want to check the companion. Maybe it's worth it. I haven't gotten a single unique jewel this patch. I did really a lot of bosses, and I think I have made like no bank whatsoever killing bosses. The best thing I think found was ingenuity or something like that. But yeah, so I don't think you need any minion survivability at all. On maps, it's useful because of all the like the poison clouds and shit like that. But I think in this one, it's really just damage over everything. I could probably even skill out, you know, like this cluster here, right? Costs a lot of money with minions revive faster and stuff like this. This is like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 nodes basically just to get this 8% increased cast speed. You could also like approach this from the other side and go through the damage nodes, or you could probably just discard this entirely for even more minion damage. I think this is not, because if you do a boss killer, right, you don't need your minions to revive 25% faster. You don't need 40% increased maximum life. Maybe for Simulacrum, but you know, for real boss fights, you're not gonna need that at all. You can just ditch it. Obviously, you have like stuff like King of the Mist, where you want to have that. I guess it's a little bit different from boss to boss. But I think, you know, the only boss being worse farming remotely, even right now, will be Arbiter anyway. Because, you know, it's pretty much the only boss which drops something which is valuable without RNG. And, you know, all the other bosses, it's just RNG to get a unique jewel. Yeah, I mean, Lightning Spear is like 10 times better than this, right? There's no argue about it. It's just better. It doesn't even matter what class you play, right? There's like so many different classes you can play on Lightning Spear, and they all will dominate this build, like big time. Yeah, I mean, Controlled Metamorphosis for this build is completely useless, because there's really nothing you can get with it. For other builds, it's more useful, but in this build, I didn't really find any good use. Also, like from nothing and stuff like that, I couldn't really find any good usage for them. Because you basically use very few notables, which are all pretty spread out. Right, that's the problem with the... So, you know, there's nothing here, right? And with the new jewel sockets, I don't know which one this one actually gets. Which notables. I haven't checked yet if it gets like some useful notables, but I have not seen anybody playing a controlled metamorphosis here. You know, these all don't do anything for minion builds. Like this one here, absolutely useless for minion builds. There's just nothing in the range of these jewel sockets for minion builds, right? So there's really no good nodes here. Maybe you could get like easy going or something like that from this jewel socket. I didn't check that yet. But in general, I feel like there's nothing really useful you can get. Also with like a from nothing, I cannot really find any keystone which would give me anything good with a from nothing, because you know all the minion stuff is basically not in range of these. Where do you use it? In the middle? I feel like minions are super good early mid game and also Also early, late game. I mean, you know, just if you just want to go tier 15 maps and do like your bosses and everything, minions were completely fine. I mean, they kill tier 4 bosses, but it's require a little bit of an investment. I'm not even sure what you get in the middle. I mean, I would have to check the radius in PoE. I didn't really test it yet. Because the jewel slots are really valuable for minions. Yeah, you can do burning monoliths. I mean, I haven't checked. Like, you can do all tier 4 bosses with this without any problems. I was just, like, testing Simulacrum because I couldn't do it with the Frost Mages. So I basically, now, since it's nerfed, I wanted to test this build. No, I can check it in PoB, what you can actually reach with it. So this is... I mean, I guess, you know, the difference between the tier 1 and the tier 4 Simulacrum is actually not that big. I can check it real quick with PoB here. So if you go to the tree and you put like a jewel, so here you can see the rings, right? So with so you could reach this one here, Necrotic Touch, and I can't see it because the jewel's in there. Just take it out. Well, the tooltip is so annoying. Okay, so what can you actually get? Like, I don't see anything anything useful here you could get with this, to be honest. I mean, you could get mana rag, like some energy shield, but you know, I think this one here doesn't really reach anything good for minions. This one here can reach Right Hand of Darkness, I guess, if you want. This one can reach nothing anyway. I don't know. I don't see anything great which you can reach with these at all, to be honest. He has nothing good for minions. I don't know. So I don't know what you would reach with controlled metamorphosis in here. I think it's not worth it. I mean, yeah, you can also, this vile mending you could reach technically if you use this ring. Yeah, two curse and minion cast speed? No, two curse is here. Cannot reach that. Right? So wait, let's just, so if I do controlled metamorphosis, right? Maybe the radius is not correct. And you do a massive ring, right? Let's do massive. That. Maybe it's just... Ah, okay, so it's much larger. So yeah. So it doesn't show the massive radius. So you have to change to the right jewel to see the radius. So you could reach... Well, probably the... I don't even know which one would be better. I mean, I guess you can reach something with this, right? But, you know, this one is kind of a waste because it's just... You can pick it anyway. Yeah, if you use a smaller one, you can probably just get like some stuff in here. So if you use very large, yeah, where is it? Damn it. Why doesn't it upgrade though? Kind of odd. I mean, this is very large, so you can get grip. And you could get... I mean, then you probably need one less even. So you probably would need... you probably need medium small ring. Oh, wait. Oh, this is not in order. Massive, very large, large. So, too large. I think it's large, right? No. I mean, you can get like one notable, like this one you can get Chaos Res and this one here. And crit. So I guess this is not too shabby if you use this. You can get this node, this node. I mean, you cannot reach this one though. And you could get Relentless Fallen, and you could, yeah, well, this one does nothing. And you could get this one here, right? So I guess this one would be an okay choice. But not sure if it's actually, because you still need to pass. This one here is decent, right? It saves you 2 nodes, to be honest. This one is not bad. This one is a bonus, right? You don't have to do this, but it's a bonus. This one is 40% crit. I see a lot of people not speccing these crit damage bonus nodes, so you could... I mean, I guess this is not too bad, to be honest. I could calculate it if it how good it is. It probably has some value, but you also have to keep in mind, you know, you will lose a jewel slot, and the jewel slot is extremely strong for minion damage because you get like basically 3 offensive stats on a jewel slot. So that's kind of the sacrifice there. But I guess you get a decent amount of nodes in return. Some of those nodes, though, are damage nodes, right? So some of the passing nodes are minion damage nodes. But some are also like dummy nodes. So I think it's worth a consideration. Wow, this is like a stun. Oh, suffering. I made a profit. Incredible. I will check it out after this, how much I will actually gain. Because it's probably also very cheap. Like, usually the controlled metamorphosis with, like, the smaller rings are not that expensive. Maybe I should add, like, 2 or 3 more clerics at this point. Let me just remove... We're just gonna remove 1 shock bot here. Oh shit, I removed both shock guys. How did that happen? Wait, I swear I didn't. Like I bugged something. The good thing is I could get some more duration on my weapon swap, because if I could extend my Sigil of Power to last for the entire wave, that would actually be awesome. But wait, where's my... Oh no, I have one Shock Mage, I just didn't see it. See, 39% monster life, double extra damage. Yeah, this is not that bad. But I think the monster life and resistance ones, they don't scale that high anymore. Because you could get like a 90% more hit points and stuff like that here. I think that just doesn't happen anymore. Wow. Hello. Okay, something is... But this is already like the 40% more health. It's already pretty rough. Wow. Okay, this is not gonna end well. These do like insane amounts of damage. And they just have like 30% extra or so. But I don't know why they survive like for so long. There's like something wrong. Maybe it was like an aura of one of the rares, which made them that rough. Yeah, and there's like 40% more monster life. But yeah, there was something different. I think it was like some kind of a resistance aura or something like that. But yeah, this is getting relatively hard still, like in tier 4.
All part of my plan.
Never found any good Spectres. There are not really many good ones. Okay, levels. So 40% more monster life, 31% more elemental resistances. This is like really fucked up. The double defensive ones are really annoying. Which ones would you recommend? Well, so most of the time you can just use like a terracotta soldier just for like the master support damage gain. And then a decent one is, I mean, if you want to go for the Spectres, obviously like Val Guards are like decent for damage output. And then you have like the little Rip Rattle one, which is, it's like a curse mob. 1 second, I have to... Ah, come on, one-shot me. So that's the problem with this boots. You're just so freaking slow. Shit. I didn't expect that to happen. But yeah, my survivability is not the greatest. Yeah, I still use master support. I mean, I still have like I still have 4 different minions right now. So that's still gonna be good. But yeah, this was rough actually. So... But honestly, I didn't expect that to one-shot me. Let's get another one. Quill crabs. Could also be funny. I don't have enough. Wait, I still have 2 chaos? Why do I still have 2 chaos? Oh, I'm so angry I died there. But yeah, I could see that coming. So really, that's like the issue I have with Simulacrum. It's like so random with the waves. Maybe I think even at this point you will probably need penetration. Oh wait, shit. I know he one-shotted me through my omen, right? That's also like so annoying. I mean, I was down on energy shield though. That wave just began very bad. So I basically didn't have energy shield up enough. And then, you know, the boss spawned and jumped me. And, you know, with these boots, you're just so goddamn slow. So I guess at that point, a companion would be nice. Maybe I should consider that companion. Oh yeah, I wanted to check the from nothing, actually. Oh, the build is wrong, by the way. Shit, I forgot to change that. Let me just... So that the link is not correct. Give me a second. I'm gonna fix the link. So this is going to be the correct link. Change it in my bot here. What is it? Commands. Build. Done. But yeah, if you get the double, like the extra health, extra resistance, you probably have to adjust just with support gems. I think that's what you would do. Because you can read it before, right? And if I see extra resistance on a high wave, I can just put in lightning penetration. But I should probably also have a little bit more than 6.5k energy shield, to be honest. And also I have low lightning res, so it's possible that the mob does lightning damage, right? This is also something to, you know, note. that. I already slotted lightning res. Well, I still have one with cold res, so I could probably switch this to lightning, to be honest. But you just miss a lot of defenses by playing like all these wonky boots and stuff like that. It's just not like such a great item defensive wise. Wonder if I could still get some more duration for my sigil. I think in an optimal way, if you would have like duration on like 1 or 2 jewels. Maybe I could just put the increased duration from the to the sigil. I think it's better for Simulacrum to actually have it in the sigil. Guess that's a fair take there. Because right now I have it in the Pain Offering. So now I have... So yeah, on weapon swap, this is gonna last significantly. I don't even know if this... Does this calculate weapon swap already? Yeah. So it's 40 seconds now, and, you know, yes, the... So the Pain Offering goes down to 6.9 seconds with a plus 8 second cooldown. So probably that's a little low. So if I had like, you know, 15% more duration. So I was always considering putting these in the main tree here. To have more duration. I think that's a better way to do it, to be honest. Yeah, I tried it. Infernalist feels like really, really bad, to be honest. I mean, I tried it. I didn't really like it at all. The survivability is really low. The chaos damage, like everything basically almost insta gives you through your energy shield. So I feel like that's like a huge issue I had with the Infernalist when I tried it. It was so the offense was nice, but the defense was my problem. Let me just see. I want to remove. Wait, so I want to have to remove this, and do I have another real skill point somewhere? No, 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 no. That's bad. I would like to have another real skill point. I mean, I guess this is also like junk. I guess I could change this one here to weapon set. So now we put these into main skill points. Now we put these 4 into weapon set. Wait, am I missing one? Was it 3 before? Probably. Now we have the weapon set 2 points, which we can now put into this curse thing here. So now we have a little bit more duration across the board, basically. Left Hand of Darkness. This one here. It's Left Hand of Darkness. Now. We don't go minion survivability. So we're making a boss build, so we don't go survivability at all. The minions dying has really not been an issue. And now I have like, my Sigil of Power now has 38 seconds duration, so I think it's the entire wave. And that's really good for Simulacrum, because if this really lasts the entire wave, then I will not have any issues whatsoever. I really just start to get in trouble if the sigil expires. And I think these waves have the same duration all the time. See, and now it lasts the entire wave. So that's gonna make it much, much more easy, basically. And it's really just for the cost of... What did I even remove? I think I just removed like 3 minion damage nodes or something like that. So I'm kind of always, you know, putting these, experimenting with taking these nodes, because the skill effect duration, obviously you can get 4 more jewels, right? Because all my jewels still have mana regeneration because I was playing frost mages. So I could get like very good jewels which have duration on it. Because now I can run persistence on Sigil of Power, which makes it last 40 seconds. And it's just important that I have enough duration on the Pain Offering, right? So I have 9.6 duration on the Pain Offering now without the persistence, so that's way more than enough. And this way, at least for Simulacrum, it's just way, way easier to have the Sigil last the entire fight. I think these waves take like 30 seconds or something like that. And the damage boost from the Sigil is just absolutely out of control, basically. And we could also free, like, if I can probably remove 1 Cleric and get another 30% increase damage, not more damage. So I need 15 for that. So if I remove 1 Cleric, I have 16, right? That's also like a good thing we can do. And now we can add like I don't know what the gem is called. But that's also good because, you know, even though it's just 30% increased damage, it's still fairly significant. So if I look for the... I'm not sure what it's called. Minion. By the way, am I using this as much? Where is it? I don't have it. Ah, upwelling, exactly. So upwelling basically gives you 30% increased, right? So if you look at how much that actually does, right now if you look at storm mages, they do 29k, right? And if I slot upwelling, which just cost me 1 cleric basically right now, you can see. Wait, what? Work? Oh, I have to be on. See, so basically it adds like a good, what is this? 7% damage or something like that. Right, 7% more is not too bad actually. So the increased damage ones actually they're doing something.
Give up all hope.
So yeah, in a perfect world, I would have three better jewels, so I could pick up more skill effect duration. Then I could free like another 3 skill points. But I think for the boss variant, this is pretty good. Still gonna try the controlled metamorphosis. Also, I would like my curse to be a little bit longer. Damn, I can't reach the stash. Yeah. Okay, 1 second. So... I have to check. Alright, so let's go. So yeah, lightning penetration. This is one trigger I still have to pull. Put lightning penetration in on the increased resistance waves. That will really help. So let's see if we can finish it this time. Oh, monsters have additional projectile. That's always a dangerous one. But I don't think even... Do monsters even have projectiles in here, except for the bosses? Monster life. Chain. Evasive. Oh, come on. I think it's stronger in certain situations. So this build is... I think it's stronger for bosses. It's definitely slower for maps, but it's also much cheaper. So this build doesn't really require very expensive gear. God, no! Ah. Simulacrum is like crazy. Sometimes. My Omen triggered there. For whatever reason. It triggered when I was already back to full energy shield. I don't even understand why it triggered. But yeah, so Simulacrum without survivability is really not the best thing to run, I guess. You really have to stay on top of the mods. Oh, these mobs are just jumping me like crazy. I don't know what's killing me here so fast. I don't even see it. But yeah, it's... I don't know. Maybe you need max chaos res or something like that. I really have trouble with this tier 4 Simulacrum. I mean, what was this? 14% extra chaos? This was just like basically 40% extra damage or something like that. That was not even a hard round. But it's just really, really rough, to be honest. I think you just need like way more survivability for that. So anyway, do I want to try this again? Ah, I wanted to check the... So I need... With... What's the radius? Large. So I think you probably need to max Chaos Res or something like that. I mean, my Chaos Res is pretty bad, 52%. But yeah, so let's just check. We can make something with the jewel here. Okay, so we want radius too large. Control metamorphosis. Resistance. About -5 or something like that. Am I doing something wrong here? Oh, I think I need to do only effects passive in love. Oh yeah, these are pretty cheap actually. I mean, Chaos Res is probably one of the issues here. I don't even know what you can get there. -5, -10 for diff. So these are really cheap, right? So... I mean, you can get some which like barely have any negatives for like 8 diffs. Okay, 8 diffs is probably a little bit too much. So we had 4 diffs with a 6-5. That's actually decent. Do I have 4 diffs? Yeah, nice. So there we go. I'm broke again. Large ring, 6-5. Not even corrupted. Should I brick it? No, I don't have cash. So let's just put this in here. Right, and now we could... I mean, I'm still not sure if it's going to be worth the jewel slot, to be honest. I mean, we could basically remove like all these. Yeah. This one we can get for free, basically, if we want it. Can we reach this one? No. First duration, which is actually nice. But I don't have two different active offerings. How do you have two different active offerings? You really use two offerings for a skill slot? I mean, this doesn't work on if you just have one, right? So I'm not sure if this is useful. So this is curse duration. What is the other curse node here? Curse duration as well. So there's another skill effect duration node here, which is probably the one I would want. What am I even winning? I mean, yeah, sure. I can, you know, spare these points. That's for sure. So then I am not sure how much these crit bonus ones actually do, to be honest. I think they're not crazy strong. Just see. Right now we have 26k. I remove these. Going to 25 for. Okay, so these don't do a whole lot, so we can skip these. So now we have 7 more points. I like these nodes though, because you know, these are the curse magnitudes. And I mean, we could technically respec the duration ones. But curse duration is also like pretty important, to be honest. I mean, if we would, we could remove. Wait, how does it work? I have to do this. So I could remove these curse magnitudes. And then I could remove these passing nodes. I would lose 12% curse magnitudes now. This, yeah. Which is alright, I guess. We could get the Chaos Res if we wanted to, but I don't want it right now. What are these? Recoup as life. Okay, that's useless. That. Let's just keep it like this. So now I have 7 points on my weapon set 2. So I could either go into one of these curse wheels. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. I cannot go into this one here, but I could go into this one here. Which doesn't give any magnitudes, but duration. So I guess it's not as strong. I mean, we could. I don't really have anything great I can get on my weapon set 2. I mean, we can get this basic skill effect duration, which is decent. I think there's another one with duration. Well, no, the other duration was this one in the cold cluster here, actually, 16%. And this one gives 20%. But yeah, so is it worse? Like, you know, this wheel really doesn't give me a lot, except for some curse duration. So I don't really need this wheel at all. This one here is too far away to pass. And these ones here, which are the good ones, I already have. So I would probably just use the remaining points to pick up the curse magnitudes here anyway. Which I can't because I used these 2 points. So I don't know. I don't know if it's worth like sacrificing the 12% curse magnitudes here. I mean, I guess it's like, you know, a 5 to 6% extra damage. And we got some duration for it. So I could take these 3 duration nodes. Which is, and I mean, I have this extra duration node now. Again, this one here is not really doing anything good. This one here is also, so these all don't have magnitudes. This one technically, but it's not that great. So yeah, this is pretty much the only thing I can pick. I mean, I could remove this from the main skill. Ah, what I can do is I can remove these now, technically. No, I can't. I could remove these and move them to weapon set 2. So if I remove these now, I can now put them into weapon set 2. Because now I can switch back from... I think I can switch back the persistence. It's 30 seconds, so I cannot really switch back the persistence. It would be nice if I could, though. But this now only has like 6.9 seconds. I don't really like it this way. Oh. I mean, I guess 30 seconds is okay. I guess 30 seconds will be okay. And now I have another 3 main skill points and another... So I have 10 skill points basically left now. And yeah, I sacrificed a little bit of curse magnitude. But I guess that's okay. So what am I gonna do with these skill points? I could just stupidly bash them into minion damage at this point, I guess. Because there's really nothing else I can really get. I mean, I would need a second offering, which is... I guess there's just one offering, right? Which is the... Is it like the energy shield one, I think? Where's gems? Gem. So Hex Blast is not an offering, right? No. So there's just basically 2. So Soul Offering gives me spell damage, which is completely useless. Right? Yeah. That's completely useless. And Bone Offering gives like some energy shield, I guess, right? So I don't know if it's worth slotting that, because it's gonna cost another skill slot. And it's a 40% increased damage, which is not terrible. But I think it's not worth it. I mean, I'm just gonna try if this works with, you know, the ones I have. But I don't think it works because it's not different ones. But maybe it's just a tooltip. So that's something I wanna check. So now they have 439. Let's just let it expire. So now let's this. 439. I mean, maybe it works. That would be interesting, though. 439. So it doesn't work. So you really need two different offerings. I don't think it's worth it, because also the second offering is not going to last very long. And you would have to basically remove like one skill from the slot. So I think it's not it's nothing really good to do. So not considering that. This is just cooldown recovery rate, which is pretty much irrelevant. So honestly, so this sacrificed a jewel slot now, right? And it saved me like, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, a couple of points here and there. But it also removed the jewel slot. And, I now have 7 points, right? So I could technically get a new jewel slot for this. Which is, pretty much useless. Because I don't even have a jewel slot which is close. I think this one is this closest one, which is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. So there's really no jewel slot. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So I have to sacrifice the jewel basically, which also removes survivability. It also removes resistances. I mean, I'm like a little. I cannot really decide if it's good or not. I think because I mean if I fix my rest and everything, I think it's alright. If I mean I can add a good bunch of extra minion damage now with this, right? Don't get me wrong. I'm losing a jewel, which is a good amount of damage. Yeah, whatever. So I can remove this one here. Energy shield. Damage, crit chance. Energy shield, damage, crit chance. And this has a little bit more damage, but a little less crit chance. Energy shield, damage, crit bonus. I think the crit bonus one is worse. Damage one. Okay, so now we have basically a bunch of points we could invest into more minion damage. It's basically just what it comes down to. And obviously we could technically remove this entire cluster as well. So if we really want to go balls on the walls, right, and we don't care about minion reviving, so we're really going to go for like a pure boss build for, whatever bosses we could just remove everything here and just go for pure minion damage. That's kind of the story here. So I guess we're just gonna see how that goes. Also have regular skill points, so I'm just gonna pick up everything which is minion damage now. One, two. Also, it's like so sad because this is really just like 10% minion damage nodes, which are not that great. I could change this way, by the way, to get some more energy shield if I wanted to, but just gonna see how much damage we can do with this. So these ones I cannot even reach from here. I mean, I would have to pass one through one here. Honestly, I think it's not worth it. This jewel, I think it's not worth it. I mean, what am I really winning, right? So if I take this regularly, right, it's 10% damage. Not winning anything here. not winning anything here. The only thing I win is basically these 2 points here. And I, have a little bit of quality of life on my second weapon slot. But I don't know. To be honest, I don't think it's good. I really don't think it's good. Don't think it's worth the jewel slot. I mean, I would, if the jewel slots wouldn't be that strong, I would be using it. But since the jewel slots are just not strong enough, I'm not using it. It would be good if you would remove this entire health cluster here. That would be the... So if I would remove this entire cluster, just go all out damage, then it would be good. But you can honestly also remove this entire cluster and just skip this 8% attack speed node. It is not the most important thing on the goddamn world. And if you remove this entire cluster, yes, your minions are going to be glass cannon. But, I cannot even pick up any more minion damage at this point is my problem. So, right, if I switch this back now, right, I take this out. Why can't I? Oh, because I still have the weapon set 2. Set 2. These I keep. Oh, So I keep these on weapon set 2. And I remove this one's here. So really, it's just gonna be a little bit quality of life, but I don't think it's worth it. Right, so what am I losing now is basically this 10% curse. So this is a lot of curse duration and magnitudes I'm using right now. Because I'm basically not having this 3 points in the main weapon set. So I think still the best way is to just put these points in the main weapon set. Why would you use this? I don't care about life. Honestly, minion life, so I really care only about damage right now. I don't really care about minion life at all. That's why I'm kind of not really seeing this. It really just gives me quality of life on the second weapon set. By the way, why is this buggy? Yeah, I think this is buggy. It's not showing because I think I have this. That's what I thought. So I cannot take it out now because I still have this node, I guess. It's just not worth like a double damage stat in the end. And also it gives like energy shield and everything. These skill trees are so buggy. I mean, what I'm losing now is curse magnitudes. 10% and a good amount of curse duration. So how much curse duration do I have now? So this is like 8.2 seconds is really, really, really bad, right, for a curse. This is really not enough. So I'm really back to kind of, quality of lifing this in the main weapon set. Or you could remove the magnitudes here. But I think this one you have to get. This one is just extremely strong. This one here is basically not so strong. I guess I would rather remove this one here. Yes, it has 8 magnitudes, but it's also like 5 points, and it's really just area of effect, which we don't really care so much about. So I would probably go for these nodes here. Now we actually have 2 points left, which we could get into well, this is just area of effect, but we cannot really get anything useful regarding skill effect duration right now with these 2 points. So, I mean, I guess I could get 20% increased area of effect of curses. I think this is pretty much also the setup I had before. And now we have... Oh, it's still showing the wrong duration. I think something is still bugged here. Still showing 8 seconds. I'm not the wrong set. Okay, so now it's 17 seconds. That's decent. That's good enough. And I mean, it is not... I'm not saying that it's bad, but I just don't see it being worse. I feel like it's just a little bit quality of life, because I can still play the persistence in here. A best case, I just pick up some 2 jewels with like a little bit more skill effect duration, and then I can put it back to the sigil. The sigil right now is at a 27, which is not enough for the simulacrum to last for an entire wave. But I think this way we just have like the most damage on our minions, which is, you know, this is supposed to be a boss killer build, right? So we now have 30k damage unbuffed, which is fairly strong. What is lust for sacrifice, though? Yeah, that's this thing. I mean, how do you use this? Like, you really use 2 offerings? Like, I don't really see the... So if you use any other offering, is there any way to get an offering I don't know about? Because this one is... Look, this one is 4 seconds duration. You cannot use this. This one is 5 seconds duration. You cannot really use this. It's just so short, I feel like, to use the offering. I don't really see a way to use another offering. Unless... Why does it say... Is this an offering? Because I have offering. Okay, it's... Yeah, because we don't have any other offerings than these. Other than maybe there's like a way to create one somehow. But because you're also like sacrificing, you know, like roughly like 5% damage or something like that for like just the slot, right? Just the slot costs basically 5% damage from master support. And that's kind of the thing there as well. But yeah, so I'm gonna... How much is Arbiter? Can I even afford that? I don't even have... I have nothing, like literally I have... I cannot afford Arbiter. I wasted everything I had. But yeah, I can sell this back for like 2 diffs basically. I think this was underpriced actually. I'm gonna put this for 3 diffs. Did I buy this for 3 diffs? Yeah. No, I bought it for 4. It was underpriced for 4, so I'm gonna put this up for 6. But I mean that's kind of the story, and if you go like mapping with this, I would probably respec into like more damage, but you know, I think I think that's kind of the story. I cannot afford any more bosses. I mean, I could try the Simulacrum again, I guess, but I think I don't have enough currency anymore. Do I have? Uh, I think I have like a Simulacrum. Oh, it doesn't show. I think I have isolation. However, I cannot trade it. But yeah, so I don't have the perfect setup for this right now, so I'm probably just gonna do like a couple of maps. I'm still still working on this. It's- I still have the rip rattle. So we the terracotta. Yeah, that's the gem. Wait, something is bricked again. It's like so wonky with like the minion swaps and stuff like that. I feel like that's really like annoying. Okay, so now we have 11. Missing the other storm mage. It's so much hassle to just, you know, keep setting up these minions. I feel like there should be a better way to do it. Maybe it should remember like, you know, the past state. So where's the citadel? We have a citadel here which is like so far away from everything. But actually I have a tower there which I can use to pass through there. But yeah, Simulacrum tier 4 is, I guess, still very rough if you don't have very good gear. And I really don't have great gear for this build at all. What is happening again? This game's just completely glitching out. I just reduced this to 11. Now I have 13. Spirit. But I cannot add another cleric. Okay. Take this out. I have 28. This doesn't make any sense. One costs 15. I need 2 more spirit. Come on. Could get like 1 more from this one. Maybe I get a lucky round. Let's see.
What is it? Zest.
Hey,
Damn it. 14. Ah, shit. So... Wait, can I reach... 1 more level somewhere? No. this this is what I hate. Just missing one goddamn spirit. So I mean I guess I can swap a ring. I have other rings. Maybe I can change to one of these. So mine has fire cold res. Here's a fire cold res. Here's a fire lightning res. So a perfect doesn't match at all. I could use this one. There's much less fire res. We're still like relatively positive, I guess. If I put like ore res somewhere in my helmet or so. Oh, I have a free slot, so let's get one ore res.
How can I help?
Come on, I don't have 10x. I'm like so freaking broke. What is this ratio? 10.10. 10.1. That doesn't make any sense. Come on. Kidding me? This is good enough for resistance, I guess. We get a little bit more spirit. We can use our upwelling again. No, you're not gonna be rich. They are like so rare. But it's just RNG. I mean, I do like a lot of rituals usually, but I don't want to farm maps right now because it's just not what I'm playing right now. Because I want to make like a boss build. Obviously I can farm maps. It works just fine. But they are really, really rare. I mean, I got like 2 in total the entire season, and I really did like a good amount of maps. And I had like max level ritual like very, very early in the season. This was like the first thing I pushed. I had it like on day 2 or so, or day 3 maybe. But yeah, Arbiter's like 4 to 5 diffs right now. So I really need to sell like one of my gear pieces, right? I have like a lot of stuff on sale for like 20 diffs. If I don't get one, I can farm forever. How much are they right now? Like 15 diffs or something like that? Haven't looked at it in a while. This map doesn't even have objectives. But I mean, this is like, if you're on a budget, this is a good build.
Give up all hope.
I like the big guys, they always drop good stuff. But yeah, I still have to figure out like some stuff with this. What's the best tree and stuff like that. So the one I have is not perfect yet. But, you know, maybe Simulacrum I just need to max Chaos Res. Not so sure right now what's the deal with it. Let's go for the Empty Mire map. That's awesome. I guess in Simulacrum, I guess the mistake I do is I just run away too much. I think you just have to stand your ground. As soon as you leave like the presence with the minions, they basically do no damage anymore. So really, I think that's just a mistake. You just have to stand your ground. If you can't stand your ground, you're doomed. You're just gonna lose so much damage by doing that. So maybe I just push like a little bit more self-defense. Maybe I just max my Chaos Res. Wow. You have to be really careful sometimes here. I feel really squishy, even though I'm like almost maxed on res. Even on Chaos Res. I feel like so squishy. With the Frost Mages, I didn't have the issue because they would just freeze everything. So there was really not a squishy issue. I'm generally like I'm also like a huge fan of Frost. Frost is usually my favorite builds. The problem is the only accessible, like the only good Frost build right now, at least way on like a caster character right now is just based. You need Snake Pit, and I don't have enough currency to buy it. So I mean I don't know what it is right now, but what is it? Snake Pit. I mean it's just 15 divs. Not so bad actually. No. I want to play, like, Spark. I want to try Spark after this. I basically just want to, you know, make this, see, like, how good this is on bosses. I wanted to test this on maps, but this just doesn't, for me, it just doesn't feel as good for maps, because it's just annoying that the minions are behind you. That I just don't like that. That I cannot nuke anything in front of me. That's why I feel like the Frost Mages are much, much better for maps still. Sure, this works, but it's just annoying. I always have to, like, you know, go back, wait for my minions to fight. With the freeze, it just feels much, much better. But this is better for bosses. And I would love them to make the minion AI better. I mean, maybe there's like a good build with like melee minions. That would be something I would be interested in still trying, like melee, any kind of melee minions. Because then I would just, you know, have a tank. Then I can just go through the maps and the minions will clear stuff in front of me. That will be just... Sure, I can try to get a companion, but I don't think one companion is gonna tank. Because he's always going to be distracted with mobs which are behind you anyway. But I really want to try Spark Infernalist. I think it might be a cool build. It has decent damage scaling. Yeah, sure, but I mean, Breach Boss I just can kill in like 15 seconds. But I cannot even get to Breach Boss with this. So with Storm Mages, I don't even get there. They're just too slow. I cannot reach. I mean, I can reach it, but it's RNG. So there's a good possibility I will not make it to the boss. It depends on how many rares spawn. If you don't get enough rares, this build is too slow to reach it. Which is also something I hate about it. And with the Frost Mages, I have absolutely no issue reaching the Breach Boss. Yeah, Ice Bomb is easily. That's correct. But this one is hard. I mean, I tried it. I reached it like 50% of the time I couldn't reach it. And that was really, you know, I mean, it's not that expensive to run it, but I couldn't consistently reach the boss because I would always have to run in front of it, tank it, and you know, the minions do like a good amount of damage. So if you're just not tanky enough yourself, if I had like 12k energy shield, I could probably do it without any problems. But right now I'm just not tanky enough to reach the boss 100% of the time. But I also don't see like farming this boss being like, you know, lucrative. I think right now Simulacrum has some... Simulacrum is good to farm because it just has so many rewards, right? You get a lot of tier 82 items. I think that's the good thing about Simulacrum. The boss really, like, the end drop doesn't really matter all that much. But... But the other bosses really, except for Arbiter, I feel like they are not really lucrative to run. Arbiter, yes, because you can get the goddamn spear for the stupid lightning spear build, which is just, you know, big payday. But for the other bosses, like, most of the items are not worth anything. You just need to get a lucky jewel drop. And, you know, the drop rates for the jewels are like, you know, I don't even know how much, you know, 5 to 10% or something like that. So they're really, really low drop rates. And I really don't like that, you know, you get absolutely no rewards unless you drop a jewel. And with Simulacrum, at least you get rewards, right? You know, you get like a suffering in between sometimes. You know, you actually drop a good amount of high currency. You get all the tiered item level 82 items. So I feel like that's at least a little bit more lucrative. Obviously, it takes longer as well. But besides that, it would only be Arbiter. And you need to have a good amount of cash up front. Right, if I start running Arbiter at like 4 or 5 divines per try, first of all, I need to be sure to, you know, kill it, which it's not an issue at the beginning because, you know, I didn't even fight it once yet because I don't have the money. But if I had it, then, you know, you have a decent chance to get the, like, Tangle Tongue thing, which is worth, like, a bunch. And I think also, like, the other drop stuff on the Arbiter is decent, like, from the tree. Like, you can get the tablets. I don't know if the tablets are so good anymore, though. But you can get the chance to double unique. I feel like, you know, the Arbiter has, like, a decent tree, while the other bosses are really not rewarding at all. I mean, how much is this Tangle Tongue? No, not Tangle Tongue. What is that thing called? I don't even know. Any spear with unique. Wait, what? Can you even search for this? Spear. This way. Oh, it's probably just fake listings, right? Is it fake listings? What is the deal with this spear? Ah, it's just bricked ones, I guess. Is it? Search for a non-corrupt. Wasn't this like the expensive item from Arbiter drop? Wasn't it this stupid spear here? Why is it so expensive? I mean, why is it short? Is it just like... I don't know. I didn't check it myself, but somebody said Arbiter's gonna drop like a spear, which is like worth a lot of divines. Not sure if it's that one though. I haven't really done it even once. Yeah, so what I mean is, so if sure, I know it can have, so if you need to get one with you know, a lot of crit, right? So, but here's the thing. Arbiter costs like 6 goddamn divines. And this is a range from 10 to 20. Right? So, like, where's the cash flow from Arbiter? If this spear, it's basically not worth a lot. Right? You have to divine it up to 20. So you have to throw... It's basically... Look, at the value of this spear is basically the value in divines, right? You want to have a max crit on this thing, you have to throw 10 divines on it. So that's the worth of this spear, 10 divines. But the base spear is not worth anything. So I don't know, like this is certainly not anything worth running Arbiter, because you can just buy, you know, random ones and divine them up yourself. So it's just 10 divine, it's just a 10 divine item. So I don't think, I don't know, like somebody just told me like the, you know, the Arbiter drops the spear and it's like worth a lot of money, and it's just simply not true. So it's like, you know, I get like so much fake news. So I'm not sure like why you run Arbiter for what item right now. It's probably for the jewel or something like that. But the spear is basically worth... Technically, it's basically worth less than a divine. Because unless you drop it with like a high crit chance, it's worth nothing. Yeah, I don't know. Like somebody told me that Arbiter drops a unique spear, which is worth a lot. Maybe there's like a different one. I don't know. Maybe I'm just, you know... Maybe it's this one? So I don't really see a good spear there, though. Sacred Flame? Isn't that the scepter? I don't know. Maybe it's just fake news. Somebody told me it's a spear. But this is also... I mean, this is worth a little bit, but it's also not very good. Not sure what it's worth in uncorrupted. I mean, it's a 30 divine item, right? Which probably has a drop chance of, you know, 15 to 20%. I don't even know why this is so good, to be honest. But it's probably for some build I don't understand. I mean, it's a 30% extra damage. I mean, if you roll this up, it's like, how much can you get if it's corrupted? I don't know. I mean, I understand, you know, enemies in your presence resist elemental damage based on their lowest resistance. You know, I guess that's a good thing. But, you know, I just don't understand. Like, you can gain, like... Oh, okay, this... Ah. So this is the one you want. Fire damage. I get it. I mean, yeah, this is pretty decent for an offhand. If you run this as an offhand for like any caster character. I don't know what build uses this right now though. But yeah, I can see that Scepter obviously is pretty nice, right? It's like a, you know, 70% offhand extra fire damage plus, you know, plus the spirit. which is it's obviously like the best offhand you can get for like any caster character. But what I'm thinking is, you know, like nobody's even playing. Like who's running that? Like because everybody is just play. How do you play it on Lightning Spear? Oh, you can offhand that on Lightning Spear as well? Yeah, I think then it's okay. What is happening here? My You can use the gem spirit for free. What do you mean? Free? I mean, I see this is just like a obviously a good offhand for pretty much everything which you know does damage. I mean, I see why this is like expensive, obviously. But yeah, so I mean, but a regular one is just, you know, 20, 25 divines. So, yeah, sure, it's decent, but, you know, judging the cost of Arbiter, you're probably not going to make a profit farming these, right? That's just my, like, thinking when I always, like, go from, like, a return on investment perspective. So we want Ritual Breach. Actually, I probably should use... if you put the gems in the slot, the Purity of Fire is free. I mean, yeah, I mean, the Purity of Fire on the Scepter is always free, right? Or you mean the support gems in there? Okay. That's weird. Is it for all scepters or just for that one? I mean, is it for all a Purity of Fire scepters or just for that specific unique one? So, What I don't like about mapping is you just don't have enough minions. They are too slow killing stuff. So I really think I want to try companion with the boots. Only for Sacred Flame. Yeah, I mean that's huge actually if you can, you know, put, you know, there's probably like 3 or 4 useful supports you can slot in there then for free. Yeah, no. I mean, I think that's not the biggest upside because, you know, yeah, the gems are... So the support gems you can use in that are not extremely strong, right? You can use like a Clarity and, you know, you can use some random gems which give you like 30% increased damage and stuff like that. So I think that's not... I mean, you know, it's a nice upside, obviously. But, you know, more like the, you know, 74% increased damage is obviously ridiculous.
Obey me.
It's not a good scepter if you play minions. It's really just if you play no minions, because it gives you 75% more damage. Which is absolute, like, it's ridiculously strong. I mean, on a high roll it gives you 75%, right? But even if you have, like, a good one with, you know, whatever, like 50-60%, that's extremely strong. Like, that's by far the strongest thing you can get into an offhand. I mean, you could also run this with like any spell skill, right? So you could run this with Spark. You could run this with, you know, anything basically. What does damage? If you can use the offhand. So I guess, you know, playing this build with regular boots is... Like, it's just not enough minions, to be honest. I don't know if you could get, like, a 3 grand spectrums, but they will all also just give you, like, 4 extra or so. So I guess, you know, the only way you can play this is really with, like, the Bones of Ulra. Which is not a big deal for bossing, but for mapping you need movement speed, so... I guess the Haste Aura Companion is something I have to look into. At least for mapping. I would try snipers. The problem is I cannot do snipers because I only have spell. So I would need like to have different jewels and everything. So you kind of, you know, unless you want to spend like a lot of money, you're kind of locked into like caster or non-caster, I feel like. Alright, what do we have here? It's extra experience, I like that. Alright, what do we have here? But I cannot reach both of them? Freaking annoying. Okay.
Obey me.
Oh, they put like mines on my skellies. Now all my skellies are dead. Oh wow. This is not a nice expedition. Oh yeah, I'm full. But I still have to check the basically the best way to keep movement speed without completely fucking up this build. But maybe really just a companion will handle. Because I certainly have like a free anoint slot I can always use. Where do I go? Oh, I have to kill the boss. Still looking for... I still need to find like one ritual.
Show me your power, dear sister. Well, my
So many tier 4s. Where's my last ritual? Wait, this is probably it, right? Oh. Just buggy. There you go. So yeah, if the tornado goes like right into your minion stack, it's not the best thing. Ouch. That was unexpected. But yeah, this would have been much easier with frost mages. This is all junk. Not even sure if it's worth like the strategy I'm doing like with this. I think I'm deferring like way too much. You just, you know, pull out. I think you should just basically focus on finding the expensive stuff and just don't do like all these defer stuff. I think it's like not good. Like all the exalts and stuff like that. I think you shouldn't even care about these. I think I should just stop that and just, you know, push the rituals through. Just try to find like the whittlings. Here's basically the citadel. And that's gonna be it after the citadel. This is gonna be the last run I'm doing. I still need like the one citadel. I still haven't found the red one. So I cannot finish the quest for the last boss tablet. Which is really annoying. Ritual can reroll 2 more times? Isn't that like a unique tablet or something like that? Ah, yeah, exactly. I remember that's like the one, like the very expensive tablet modifier, which costs like multiple divines. I don't know what the price on it is right now, but it used to be very expensive. I haven't actually checked it this patch. Last patch it was like 4 to 8 divines just for the tablet. Not sure how much it is right now. So this one is unique. This one is the one I know, which is, yeah, it's like 2 diff. But I think there's this is twice, right? And there's like there's reroll an extra, but just 1 additional time. And this one is the basically the map mod. As you can see, this is also like 2 divines. So I mean, you know, it's probably still good, right? If it is and I think you can use both, right? So you can use this one and combine it with the unique one. And then you can probably like reroll like 6 times or so. So I guess the idea is basically you use the 2 tablets. The one will double your reroll attempts, and the other one will give you 1 more. No clue in which order it happens, right? But you would probably have like 4, maybe 4 or maybe 5. No, you would either have 5 or 6 or reroll attempts, I guess. And then you would basically just, you know, skip everything which is not worth anything, right? You would just keep rerolling, put your ritual tree to make rerolling cost as least favor as possible. So if you really fully would commit into ritual like that, you can probably make a decent profit there. Like if you roll an area with multiple towers. I don't know if you can stack the mod though. I haven't tried that. You probably even can stack this mod. Ouch. So I guess if you stack it with like if you combine it with a lot of mods which, you know, have rerolling require less favor, you can probably do like some crazy shenanigans with ritual, especially if you then run the rituals with like 8 mod maps. Maybe that's something I should try at some point. But I guess the unique tablet with, you know, roll it twice as many times is probably going to be a good start. Because that's already give you 4 rerolls, so you gotta have, you know, a decent amount of favor to actually benefit from that. But yeah, Singer Ritual is probably the most lucrative stuff you can play right now. Just because the Whittlings and the, you know, some other omens are also worth like a lot.
You cannot stop us. We will take the power that we deserve.
Whoa! This guy just insta-gipped all my minions. It's so mean.
I will take out your heart and savor each bite.
Wait, what? Now I have to play the face? Oh god. I have never played the face against this one. Wow.
Endless night. They wither and tarry. Forsaken frosts. As cold as death. Of baleless misery. The pack won't forget.
Well, this guy's like just raping them. What? And he was basically dead all the time. Oh god. Wow, this is so fucked up. Right. This boss is actually hard with this build. I didn't expect this to happen. Should probably put a last gasp on these minions.
You cannot stop us. We will take the power that we deserve. Easy prey. You will pay for that. Desolation.
It's like such an ass monkey. Like it's like literally the easiest boss. But if he starts like killing all your minions all the time, it's actually not so easy. Oops. Okay. Well, I mean, still figuring this build out to be. I think it's just not an option to play this with regular boots, to be honest. Like, it's just not happening. I mean, on a map. On a boss, it doesn't matter, but on a map, I don't know, it just doesn't feel good to only have this little amount of minions. So what is with the... So Summon Companion was level 15, I believe. Wait, Summon Companion is Spirit Gem. Was it level 15? And it was Tame Beast or something like that. Was it not Spirit Gem? Oh, that's stupid. There it is. So it's 146 dex. Which is expensive. Like reaching 146 dex for me right now is not possible without... Yeah, so I would need at least... I could drop... I mean, I guess it kind of, you know, you have to switch the shield. Because the shield requires dex. But your scepter requires basically 54 strength, so I could right now get like roughly 100 dex. So I would have to get some more stats on items. So it's not even easy to run this. I would need stats on the belt and probably on the chest piece or the boots. So I would, well, the boots not because I have these. So I would need stats on at least one more item to even be able to use it. I mean, you know, we still have like the debatable ever-grasping ring, obviously. But yeah, if you get 30 stats on a belt and another 30 stats on on this, that would be 60. So that's I kind of need like 50 to 55 more stats to even consider using that gem. I mean, I don't know if Companion has the same dex requirement as the gem, but I would assume it has. Summon Companion. Oh, well, no. It doesn't. Wait. Meta skill gem, reservation. Base dexterity. Okay, I guess Summon Companion doesn't have dex requirement. Maybe? It looks like it has no dex requirement. No, you can target farm beast. There's like some spots where you can just target farm one. There's one in Act 3 where you can target farm the Quadrilla in like the beast camp. You can just respawn a checkpoint and do it all over again. But I'm trying to figure out if Summon Companion actually has a dex requirement. Pretty hard to figure out. There's companions which are at like 30%. So I think only Tame Beast has the requirement. I think Summon Companion doesn't. Kind of my I mean, I'm just checking some screenshots here. This doesn't has any... it just says requires level 1 to 90. It doesn't say it has any dex requirement. So it looks like just the tame beast has dex requirement. So that's a good thing, actually. I didn't see that. So you basically just need the dex to tame the beast, and then the summon companion doesn't have the requirement anymore. At least that's what it looks like to me right now. So I'm probably gonna try that. Are you sure? Because it's not on any screenshot and it's not on any on PoE 2DB, but maybe it has. I mean, I'm just trying to find the screenshot and they all don't show any requirement. Range. That's bad though. Like the dex requirement is really, really high. Not sure if that's something I want. I mean, it's 155 on level 15. It's rough. It's really rough to get that. Yeah, it's just for the, like, off builds, basically, right? If you're playing a dexterity build, obviously not a big deal, but if you wanna, you know, use this in another... I feel like it's, like, kind of taking away from build diversity a little bit, to make, like, these very high dex requirements. But, it's like a dexterity gem, obviously. But I feel like it should be more like a gem which every class could use, because... I mean, it doesn't... I guess it, fits the same with the whole hunters and everything. But just getting this will require me to... I still have a body armor which I can swap to. Which has like 30 attributes. And getting a belt with attributes is not going to be a huge deal. That's going to be 60. Then I'm going to be at 100. And then I mean, roughly, I could roughly get 250 by, putting two different items on. Can obviously also, like, corrupt some of my jewels. Haven't looked at jewels for a little bit. There's anything in my playground? Nope. Nope. My first god jewel is like 13 diff right now. If we go to 3 out of 4 without energy shield, then we have some cheaper ones. But yeah. So these are pretty decent with like damage, crit chance, and a 4 stat. But I like to have energy shield on mine, to be honest. This is pretty decent with wizard effect as well. Corrupting jewels, yeah. I mean, it's like everything else, right? It's like a 1 in 4 chance to actually get something. But you can try to get one with implicit attributes always. But yeah, I mean the jewels at this point, like I have good jewels, but these are too expensive for me. I mean I could get some of these. Like this is a decent jewel, but I'm gonna lose energy shield. But these jewels give you actually a lot of damage, right? The increased attack and cast speed ones. They actually do a bunch. So they're actually pretty good. Like this one is actually pretty good because it also has like 10% increased effect of wizard, which, you know, it's not the greatest, but this is a decent jewel actually for that price. This is obviously, you know, if it's just 7 chaos, that's a great price actually for this one here. Or just, you know, buying it and corrupting it. Um but yeah, I don't have the cash right now. I only have like 70 mines to my name right now. But my jewels don't fit this build, basically because they all have mana regeneration. So I only have like 2 damage passives and energy shield all the time. They were good for the frost mages with the mana regeneration, but for this build they're not fitting so well. I mean, I have decent ones. But they all have like a little bit of energy shield, right? And, you know, damage crit chance. But I only have one really good one, which is... Where's my good one? Obviously it's here. So I only have one very good one, like this one here. 20% ES, 4% increased attack, cast speed, 13 crit chance, and 19 crit bonus. That's one of the best one I have. And it would be nice to have like a better 4-mod jewel in this slot, but this is pretty good, I would say. But yeah, jewels matter a lot for minions. Oh, by the way, I all the time have like a weapon point I didn't assign. It's unfortunate. Get some chaos rest. I don't know, honestly, this is probably worth picking in any like situation over like 20% damage. I don't think the elemental res is so important, but I think this one here is really valuable. It's really regeneration, max life, a lot of chaos res. I think this cluster is like worth picking.
Another strategy.
But anyway, so I will figure this out a little bit more tomorrow. I want to finalize this. Unfortunately, I cannot afford the shields. I'm gonna stick with this, but I'm gonna try companion. I think if I get back to my old chess piece, this has 30 int. I can just use this. I'm gonna lose a little bit of chaos res. I mean, I can also buy like a chess piece like this, but I can probably try using this. Then I have like 30 of the attributes, and then I just need a belt to fix the rest. Shouldn't be a big deal to get a belt to fix my attributes. Even gonna lose more resistance. Resistance is really hard if you know, have one dummy ring and like these dummy boots. It's really hard to get your resistances straight. I mean, I could probably get like a really good Ventus with like a lot of resistance. And I guess you could get resistance on your amulet. But yeah. I guess it's good enough. So, anyway, I guess I'm done for the day. So thank you so much for watching, and we're gonna continue this journey tomorrow. Take care.